What's up, folks? I hope everyone's doing well today. It is day 3 of 33. We're 1/11th of the way. Well, at the end of the day, we'll be 1/11th of the way through. Gonna be fun. All right. What's up, Saline? Good to see you. Let me just get this set up. So I made the adjustments to hard mode for the time being. Hey, what's up, Magus? So, at least for the time being, I've disabled spotter and sniper stuff in hard mode. It's tough because it's not my mod, so I don't want to make broad changes to it that detract from what Hellraiser's trying to do. It's not my mod, but I like so much else that's in hard mode that I do want to play it. I just think that if sniper and spotter stuff is involved at all, it needs substantial testing and balancing. And to a degree, I could be, part of that testing and play testing it literally live as I stream it, to try to help with the balance and stuff. But the problem is, it just doesn't feel good to play with those things involved right now. Hellraiser, in discussing it in Discord, talked about how it, he liked the, occasionally getting a pot shot fired at him. And I guess that's just not my jam, per se. And it just doesn't... I don't know. I guess I've just never thought that the AI needs to have the same tools as the player, because the AI already has a lot of tools that favor it. They have, especially in the early game, far better weaponry, better stats than the average rookie, by far. They tend to outnumber you on anything other than like a medium scout. And even then, they kind of outnumber you because they have a dozen, and if you're running a tank, even if you have a full crew, you have 14. So it's comparable numbers. I just don't think they need the extra advantage of being able to blast the player through the strongest defensive tool that the player has ever had in Classic XCOM, which is smoke grenades. Because with the sniper stuff, especially the spot-on hit stuff, which he himself said is going to be disabled for at least now, even if you don't have that, especially if you have that, where if you shoot something, it doesn't die, and you're now visible even if you're deep in smoke 50 tiles away, the real problem with that is it makes a whole lot of weaponry pointless to use. No point in using a pistol, rifle, autocannon, and there's always a chance that an enemy will survive because you can roll a 0 in Classic. You can just roll a 0 and not do any damage. And once you get to things like mutons and waspites and gazers, they're almost guaranteed to survive a hit. So spot on hit gets worse substantially as the campaign goes on. Muton Elite Guard are never going to die to a single shot from anything other than a plasma or a sniper that rolls better than 100%. Literally, I looked at the numbers. you have to roll, you have to have an Illyrium clip, heavy plasma or plasma sniper rifle, and you have to roll better than 100% for them to die in a single hit. So if the spot on hit remained in the game, it just becomes progressively worse for the player as the enemies get tougher and tougher and more resilient to dying to a single shot. And then you have things like sectopods, which never die in one shot, essentially. The only thing that might kill a regular sectopod in one shot is if you shotgun blast it from the back. And that has obviously its own suite of difficulties. But an armored sectopod, there's nothing in the game that can one-shot an armored sectopod other than a blaster bomb. So you would literally never want to shoot at one without a blaster bomb, because you know that you're going to get spotted, because it's not going to die in one hit. So that certainly has to come out. The spot on hit just can't be there. So yeah, that's a tough one. But the other side of that is that even if you just have the basic spotter sniper mechanics in the game, again, it's one of those things that just feels like it doesn't parse out enough. It's far too strong for the AI and way too punishing to the player, in my opinion. So, yeah. So I disabled those things for now. I also understand kind of what Hellraiser means, at least to a degree, with it being very difficult to balance shotguns. But I don't think you need to go into the code base and start really messing with stuff. I think if you just mess with the numbers some, you probably get there. And that just comes from, I think, adjusting things to be, how do I want to phrase this? I think the way you do it is you give shotguns a substantial boost to accuracy on snapshot and aim shot, to where at close distance they're even above or at least at 100% accuracy. And then from there, you just make the drop-off appropriately account for the distance. So that if I'm within 4 tiles of a target with a shotgun, I'm basically gonna hit it. Because it's not an imbalance, because the AI also has shotguns. Like, you're giving them the same boost. You can't hope that a floater standing next to you with a shotgun's gonna miss you. It has the same boost to it's gonna hit you. Like, so it's a parallel buff across the board. It might even wind up being stronger for the aliens. And the other one is basically the damage drop off. Basically, if you're beyond 20 tiles, the damage is effectively 0 for shotguns. No, especially at least for the ballistic shotgun, the standard projectile shotgun. A double-aught buck pellet fired from a shotgun can penetrate flesh and do great bodily harm at 100 yards. Still, it has enough kinetic force and velocity at that. Will it be accurate? No, you're not going to aim to hit something at that distance. But if you fire and a pellet is going, it's going to hit. If it hits someone, it's very likely it's going to hurt them. Now, should there be damage drop-off? Yeah, because if they're armored at all, it probably won't hurt them. But because of the 0 to 200% damage range, that accounts for a stray pellet hitting him in the throat or the eye or something very vulnerable like that. So the damage just disappearing just doesn't work. So I looked at the numbers but I didn't have enough time to test very much. So right now, they're still as Hellraiser has them set. I haven't adjusted the shotgun numbers yet, but it's likely over the next couple days I'm going to get into a battle and create a save file and then adjust the shotgun numbers and kind of play around with how they feel and just try to get something that feels right without feeling like it's broken in favor of the player, or if anything, it's probably slightly going to be balanced towards the AI. That's okay. It's called hard mode for a reason. Not looking to make it easy. I'm just looking to make it approachable. I've said that very often about almost any game that I play. I don't need the game to cater to me and give me a guarantee that I'll succeed. I just need the chance that I can succeed with good play and execution to at least be possible. And the spotter sniper stuff feels like it circumvents that heavily to me. All of this is my opinion. I'm not stating it as empirical fact, except the shotgun stuff. Because I've fired, in my lifetime, I've probably fired 10,000 rounds through shotguns. I'm not exaggerating. We used to go shoot multiple times a year. And, you know, every time I'm putting, you know, 300 shells, you know, 200 to 300 through a 12 or a 20 gauge. A lot of that skeet shooting, but quite a bit of it was just target shooting and, you know, shooting different loads, things like that. So I'm pretty familiar with shotguns. I'm not an expert by any means, but I'm more knowledgeable than the average person, at least when it comes to how they feel and how they're used. I've never been in combat with one. I'm not speaking from that level of, you know, information. But that's also another thing that I kind of put in the Discord was, I think it's okay if shotguns feel a little overpowered. Because in warfare, shotguns are a little overpowered. Like, that's what they do. But they have their limits, you know? And this was something that is reasonable that Hellraiser was also talking about, was that you have to compare it to the range of effectiveness of something like a rifle in the game. And that gets difficult because the maps are only so wide. But that's okay if a shotgun is broadly usable across the entirety of a small map. That's okay, because every other damn weapon in the game is too. We just don't need to artificially truncate the effective range of the shotgun. And, you know, he said, well, that's, you know, the shotgun was effective out to this range. That's roughly the snapshot range of a rifle. Yeah, exactly. An aimed, shouldered shot from a shotgun with, like, a slug is going to be roughly as effective, in a very broad sense, as a quick, hip-fired, or less than perfectly accurately aimed, a snapshot from a rifle. But if I shoulder that rifle, it's going to be able to, and aim, it's going to be able to be effective substantially further. That's the difference between the two weapons. I know I'm on shotguns again. That wasn't actually the intention. It's just, I guess it's become the lightning rod for one of the areas of focus for my brain, so. I wonder if some of the early shotguns should have an armor effectiveness increase, meaning the armored units should reduce the damage even further compared to normal projectiles while having better accuracy. That's possible. Yeah. Shotgun buckshot range is actually longer because it's smaller and less gravity, but, well, yeah, it can travel further, but the lethal velocity of it, if you're at 150 yards and you're wearing a heavy coat, it'll stop a double-aught from a standard 12-gauge load. Like, you'll feel it. It's going to plunk off of it, but it's not. But if you're at 100 yards, a double-aught pellet can absolutely puncture soft portions of your flesh. It may not kill you. You're not going to enjoy it. I wouldn't imagine, at least. So lethal velocity is, you know. So just having shotguns, basically, their ammo just becomes fairy dust at 20 tiles is. No. And I when I was talking in Discord briefly to Hellraiser, I in the first iteration of hard mode that I played, which was version 99.97, I think, shotguns felt great. And that meant they felt great for the aliens, too. We lost 561 soldiers in the first hard mode campaign. I would guess at least 100 of those were to shotguns. No exact, like, shotguns were a big danger to go up against as well, but they were also powerful for the player. And that's okay. Never believe what Hollywood shows 99.9% of guns, ammo, and the physics of how they work is false. Yeah, they rarely get it right. But I don't criticize that overly much because there's a difference between reality and entertainment. I'm okay with being entertained by something. But, yeah. Even when they consult firearms experts and have them involved in the process, a lot of times, rule of cool is more important. Tell your story and make it entertaining. I'm okay with that. But it does create unrealistic understanding and expectations for what firearms actually do. All right. Let's jump in to day 3 of 33 of Operation Echo 2026. We're going to have a games list up as soon as I can get one collated and ready. But in the meantime, we are going to continue to have good games and good streams. Yesterday, we played some of our smaller games. We played a run of FTL, and then I kind of fell into some slice and dice. I didn't win a run, but I really enjoyed getting back into that little game. And we might do a run of it at the end of the stream today. We might just feature it on some other days. But yeah, I really enjoy that little game, so we'll play it some more. But for today, let's jump back into hard mode for XCOM UFO Defense with the spotter sniper tactics currently disabled and the appropriate font reestablished. I understand what Hellraiser meant because the Amiga font was more clear, visually clear. It had clarity and readability to it. But I've seen so many thousands of hours of classic XCOM that I need the font to be like the font that it is. So we are restored. All right. Do I want to just start from this save? Like where we have the prep work done. Let's start fresh. All right. Wasn't there a way to quickly strip everything off of a craft that I can't remember now for the life of me? Thank you. It was just X. Ugh. All right. Wow, much worse reactions on this crew. That's a really bad soldier. It's very mediocre stats. You know what? Before we get too deep in, I know, but I gotta do my flag quiz. Hold on. Hold on! Let's do 25. All right. Bhutan. It's a very unique one. Oh! I always get these two messed up. It's either Slovakia or Slovenia. And I obviously you can rule out the other two, but of course I get it wrong. India. My brain did not want to accept that. I was thinking Nepal, but Nepal is one of the only non-rectangular flags. And Cambodia is relatively unique. We had this one come up in the game the other day, which is what reignited my brain. Shit. Hungary is red on top. Bulgaria is red on bottom. Because Cambodia is just green. Latvia is the narrow white band. Lithuania? It's Armenia. Fuck! Lithuania is yellow on top. Son of a bitch. It's not Iran. Yeah, I'm so rusty. I'm so bad. Pakistan. China. Italy. It's a slightly different blue. UAE is the even left side. I'll get them eventually. Bulgaria's red on bottom. It's Bahrain. No, it's Qatar. What was I thinking? I looked at it and said it while I was looking at the other option. What's up, Thorax? Good to see you. So bad. I'm so bad. That's the Iran. Yeah. 19 out of 25. That's so bad. All right, I'm going to do one more because there's a lot of flags here. I'll get some duplicates, but I should get some unique ones that I didn't see in that run. All right. All right. Well, we're getting a lot of duplicates. Ah. Slovenia, 3 stars, 3 peaks. Lot of duplicates. I literally clicked the opposite of what it was last time because I was just going too quickly. I'm an idiot, too. I literally just looked at this one. Okay. Wow, it's way too many duplicates. I'll need to do the 50s one so that there's not today, but guitar, maroon, jagged edged. Tajikistan, it's crown, yellow stars. Okay. Right, because it's the even with the flat red border. Okay, well, it's almost all duplicates there, so, all right. Got to increase my knowledge base more. All right. And a lot of that starts as memorization, but then you start to, you know, build a knowledge base, and you're not just mimicking it back, but actually understanding what you're recognizing. At least that's how it works for me. Yeah, I'm gonna do it like that. Well, Thorax, we're actually playing a mod that's called the Hardmode expansion mod. So the mod itself is a substantial increase to the difficulty of the game. Let me see if I've got a proper link to Hardmode at this point. One second. I'll need to update my Streamlabs link for it, but yeah, it is. Yeah, Thorax, but this is actually much better balanced and designed mod. That was from its inception balanced around superhuman difficulty, and now is balanced around all difficulties, but is a substantial increase in the difficulty of the game. So the research tree is completely revamped. The aliens are far more aggressive. All of the alien UFOs have maximum number of occupancy. The aliens are substantially more aggressive, have better stats. There are new weapons added to the game of all tiers. So you have shotguns, sniper rifles, grenade launchers. You have melee weapons of knives and swords of various tiers, and there are multiple new aliens introduced. Gazers, Waspites, Muton Elite Guard. Armored Sectopods, armored cyber discs. And the, just the pace at which the aliens get introduced is much different. Alien bases grow in size over time. They field substantially more missions, and they hurt the score substantially more than they did in the base game. So just everything is harder. But, yeah, it's really enjoyable. Kind of. It doesn't introduce near as much additional content as something like Files does. I think that for me, Hardmode, the biggest appeal to it wasn't just the difficulty, it was that what it added to the game didn't feel bloated. It felt like it added enough to the game to enhance it, but not make it feel like a different game. So my initial comparison was that it was much closer to Long War for UFO defense. Basically, what Long War did to Enemy Within, that's what I feel like, outside of just the difficulty, the level of stuff that was added to the campaign. So, like, if I go to my Sky Ranger, you know, we have combat knives, we have pistols, we have shotguns, we have sniper rifles, we have grenade launchers, we have some basic armor, some basic armored vests, just so you have, like, basic starting armor. And Hellraiser's continuing to add stuff. He's been trying a spotter sniper tactic for the aliens, which I currently have disabled because I don't think it is a great addition, and I feel like at least in its current inception, it's pretty unbalanced, but that's still, you know, in process by Hellraiser, the mod author. But we played with it for a couple days, and it just doesn't feel good to me, so I currently have it disabled. All right. I'm gonna play off this one, but I might make some more if we don't get a run going today. Give me 1 second. All right. All right, let's see. My freaking scumbag counter program is fighting me. All right, that should do it. All right, let's see. Wow, didn't even get the initial small scout. Okay. I've only got really 2 good people for, reactions. Like, some of them aren't bad, but... That's a really good soldier that I want to get in the field. Alright, let's look. Okay, so those 3. Decent, but not incredible. Pretty low stats. Not great. Good shot. Fairly average, but strong. Pretty good. Low stamina, but overall pretty good. Not bad. And pretty strong. So let's actually move you up. And then... let's get that one in. Alright. She has pretty good reactions, but she's also got pretty solid stats elsewhere, so... you know what? I am going to move them up to their 4th spot. Alright. Alright. Alright, let's go. Cannon. Why does their sprite push the helmet off? Interesting.
Smoke.
Okay, that does for an initial loadout. We should get that in the daylight. All right. Yeah, it shows it on the battlescape. Don't want the tank taking too many kills, but don't want to lose people either. He has a shotgun. Not sure if I should be concerned about that or not. They're just so bad. Having our first map be an urban map like this is a little more challenging. Which is not necessarily a bad thing, but it's my job to talk about what I'm doing, so... Like, she should not have any trouble hitting that target. She hit it 0 times. She fired 15 individual projectiles at this thing via the game mechanics and hit it 0 times. It's 15 feet in the air and 10 feet in front of her with a shotgun. There's a reason I keep complaining about them, because they're basically useless. Like, that should not... That is a shot that, especially a basically trained soldier, Not even a great soldier, but someone with basic training. No! And it shouldn't be cursed, and it's actually not. There's almost no difficulty in firing up and diagonally with a standard weapon. So I don't think that that's something particularly hard for the engine to do. I knocked out a different one. The problem with that heavy cannon sound is it always sounds like it's hitting some sort of fleshy target with the impact sound that it now has. There's an issue with shotgun mechanics when the lead pellet goes out of bounds. Well, what counts as out of bounds? Like, that's what would be the crux of that problem. Also, that problem didn't always exist. One second. All right. Am I ever gonna get to that guy? Without wasting just an absolute ton of time. Of course.
Hello there.
what's up? He had a shotgun, so I wasn't about to leave him alive. And if I moved, he could have just shot at me, so... that door. Standard medium scout. Sniper rifle. My tank could be in very big danger there. Excuse me. Ow. Yeah. The way it works is that every tile beyond the first 20 reduces the base power of the ammo by 50. The base power of the shotgun is 30. So after 20, it literally does nothing. So, and because of the way those numbers interact, that means it goes from doing full damage at 20 tiles to no damage at 21 tiles. Literally zero. And at 22 tiles, it heals them. It doesn't, but yeah, that's what we're getting to. With complete lack of functionality. It survived a shot from the cannon to the back. And is gonna destroy my tank. It's fucking dumb. So, that's another one of those spot-on hit things, you know. We can't even guarantee that a blast from a cannon at point-blank range, a tank cannon, doesn't kill a floater. Like, yeah. You suck, dude. Hey, what's up, Evil? Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a good stream today. These guys are gonna die. Just so we're clear. They are not ones for survivage. Now the difficult part. He's not even overloaded, and yet the reload on this plus the aim shot, because the time unit cost, because their time unit threshold is still so low, they can't reload an aim shot in the same turn. Alright, good. It might just be the one with the pistol that was up here, but that is as yet unknown. He has to come out of the front of the building because there's no other exit. There's no hole in the building. I mean, tanks are still, you know, classic XCOM tanks. It might be slightly more useful against soft weaponry, but I'm pretty sure we did, because I'm pretty sure he's the one that moved out here. We blew open the wall, and he moved out this way. So I think that's because this one had a sword. Alright. Explain that to me. How do I not have line of sight of him, but he has line of sight of me, especially when he's firing right-handed, and the obstruction would be to his right. Ha! Oh, on larger ships, sometimes they'll have Illyrium clips. That's a heavy plasma and a plasma shotgun with both the shotguns had Illyrium clips on a medium scout, not a larger ship. That's not a large craft. That's the smallest craft that you regularly engage on the ground, because a small scout doesn't count. It's a single alien.
The Void 51 hype shake the Void 51 hype
Cherry
shake
Onion,
the Void
thank you
51
so
hype
much.
shake the Void 51 hype shake the Void 51 hype shake.
Welcome back for 32 months of Prime. That's absolutely awesome. Let me update our tracker there. Bam. All right. Really? Wow, the tank fired back twice, which is rare enough, but missed twice, and then I hit the tank. Well, the tank shouldn't care about a pistol shooting it. A basic plasma pistol should have a very low chance to hurt a tank. Oh, he's firing his smoke because I turned off the cannon auto fire or reaction fire. All right. I was literally about to say I want to check the height and see if this one's maybe gonna land, and it did. That's shocking. But it worked. Nothing in that barn. But you gotta be sure. Hello, boys. All right. Is that 4, 3, 3? Uh-huh. Hey, what's up, sir? I will try to answer your question if I can. Use smoke grenades a lot. They are your best defensive tool. If you can avoid it, don't ever fire at an enemy that has mutual vision of you. Meaning if I see target and target sees me, this unit doesn't fire. Fire with somebody else that unit, alien, enemy can't see. That way they don't get a reaction shot at you. Go slowly and expect losses. And on turn 1, the enemies have 100% of their time units available. So 99% of the time, it just makes sense to give up turn 1. Throw a smoke grenade outside of your craft and press the end turn key. Let them use their time units so that when you start moving around on turn 2, they have moved around and aren't just sitting still looking at you with their time units ready to shoot you. Classic XCOM is a very different style of game than New Com, but a lot of the lessons brain? A lot of the lessons that are applicable in either version, they apply across the board. But the gameplay loop and the gameplay execution are very different between New Com and Old Com. In more than just a visual sense. This building's got to be full of them, based on the numbers. I clipped someone on the edge. Be lost and you look, then you will find me. Time after time. I'm pretty sure these guys moving out are because I blew open the building that they were inside. Oh, use motion trackers a lot. And smoke a lot. Because I assume you're going to be playing, you know, the vanilla version of the game. So. And your best scouting unit, if it's not an expendable soldier, is a tank. But a tank can still just get entirely one shot. So. Find me. Zeros to the tank, and it did a hit on him. I suppose. Another standard medium scout interior? No, okay, it's a slightly different. He has a shotgun. No, he has a heavy plasma. And the guy behind him has an Illyrium clip weapon. Illyrium clips will get phased in. The fuck they will. The justification that Illyrium clips get phased in as the campaign goes. No, they don't. There's at least 2 enemies out of the dozen in this craft in the first 2 weeks of the campaign that are using Illyrium clips. That's not getting phased in. That's just present.
Never tell me the odds.
You said clear.
I said it looks clear.
What's it look like now?
Looks clear.
Got a reaction kill there. That's good, obviously. Do not miss and shoot your own guy. Alright. I guess you gotta step back. I guess all we lost was the tank, but... That's 3 plasma sniper rifles with Illyrium clips and 2 heavy plasmas with Illyrium clips. That's 5 out of the 12 aliens in this medium scout, nearly half of them have Illyrium clip weapons. What?
It's a trap!
Yeah, at least we lost the most expensive piece of field equipment we have. Exactly. Oh, you should play with Open XCOM regardless. If you're getting back into Classic XCOM, even if you're not playing with Open XCOM Extended, you should be playing with Open XCOM. It modernizes the game just through the interface, modern resolutions, and it fixes some very simple bugs from the vanilla game. So you should be playing through Open XCOM. Yes, 100%. I've played more Classic XCOM than almost any other human being alive. I have the authority to speak on this. You should be playing through Open XCOM. Yeah, if you've never played Classic, you should be playing through the Open XCOM software. Anyone playing Classic these days just needs to play through Open XCOM because it just makes it playable. It's not just good, it almost feels like a necessity at this point. Let's see. Guide to base building. If you're playing with the vanilla options, the game is going to give you a base that has an absolutely atrocious layout to begin with. If you play with custom initial base enabled, you can choose the layout. This is an Open XCOM option. You can choose the layout of your initial base, and this is how you should build them, roughly speaking. The only buildings, the only facilities that the aliens can enter your base through if they attack your base are hangars and the access lift, unless there's no spawn points in your base. So the access lift is the choke point between where they enter your base and where you enter your base. When you load into a base defense, your soldiers load in first to general stores and living quarters, and then into other facilities. So in this base layout, the enemies all have to come through here. Every enemy spawns here and has to come through this choke point. So this is where we kill them. And the access lift itself and the general stores cannot be destroyed, so they can't cut off the rest of your base, because if there are some facilities that can be destroyed during a base assault and adjacent or connected buildings that don't have another connection to the base will be destroyed. For example, hypothetically, if this base were attacked and this small radar system were destroyed, these two buildings, these two facilities would be lost because they don't connect to my base in any other way. But a choke point. And I prefer a choke point at the bottom instead of a choke point at the top. Some people like to put the choke point just anywhere in the middle. I prefer it to one side because it allows me more building space if I eventually remove this hangar, which sometimes I do. Yeah, so Open XCOM loads off, you need to have the game files in any version. You could have them on CD-ROM, you could have the Steam version, it doesn't matter. You need the game files, and then Open XCOM or Open XCOM Extended detects those game files and installs the modernized software onto them. So you need to have the game, and then you get the OpenXCOM software, and that installs on top of the game files to give you the modernized UI and everything. If you enjoy UFO defense, you might look at Terror from the Deep. Everything else you can safely ignore. Apocalypse never needs to be played by anybody. That's just a fact. And Enforcer is like an hour-long, terrible first-person, third-person shooter. Interceptor is okay, but it's probably not worth any time to play. If you enjoy UFO defense, you'll probably start looking at some of the modded versions, which just either drastically change or just enhance the gameplay. I have Xenonauts 2. I haven't played it yet. I played some Xenonauts 1, and it never really gelled for me. Mostly because I've said this many times in the past. Every time I was playing Xenonauts 1, I kind of was sitting there going, I think I'd rather play UFO Defense. And so that's what I did. I don't know if I'll be able to get this other one. Maybe. If both hit for good damage. If one misses, I can't get it. It'll land, but it's going to be at night. So. And this is why we want 2 interceptors. I can't do this very large at night. I can't do a very large in the day very well right now, let alone at night. And I would really like to do the lab ship if there is one. It's not going full speed. It's gonna land again. I need to see what it is. Okay, that's the lab ship. So the lab ship's gonna land over here. Put this down in Scotland. No! Let me catch you! He's still very low, so he should land. Or let me shoot him. Get over land! Even if it is England. It's still land. It's in the name. England. Come on! You're over the Mediterranean now. Oh my god. Put this on the ground. Okay. Okay, that's the lab ship. Alright. Don't know if I should go after it or not, but I probably should. We don't have an HWP. We don't have a tank. I can't go after it without a tank. They don't get here for 26 hours. I can't do it without a tank. And because of the fucking Illyrium clip ammo on both of the medium scouts we fought, we don't have a tank. No, this is a modded version called... Well, don't lay right there, dude. He's laying right behind my chair, the dog. It's a modded version called the Hardmode expansion mod. Well, that sucks. That's the base building fleet. We got a lot of missions for crashed ships. What's up, Moose? Good to see you, man. Thanks for popping in. Hope you're doing well. All right. All right. That was a dangerous shot because he could have clipped him easily. Two doors open. Uh-huh. Where's that heavy plasma? Okay. This is not meant to be stated in like a braggish sense, and if it comes across that way, whatever. I'm not that worried about it. I think some of what happened, and this is not me taking full credit for this, but I think some of what happened is, and I said this before, that after hard mode got beaten, I know I'm not the only one who's beaten it. I'm pretty sure I'm the only one who's beaten it pure Ironman with 0 psionics twice, but I think after that is when a lot of the tweaks that started taking away player options started being implemented. And the reason I think that's not a great idea is, and here's the potentially conceited part, I'm not the average XCOM player when it comes to classic XCOM. I'm not saying I'm incredible, but I'm far more stubborn than most with this game. And a lot of the success that I had in the first campaign was through stubbornness and consistent repetition of the right moves. Even if it looked simple, every time I made a mistake, I got punished for it. So you had to limit those number of mistakes dramatically to be able to get through a campaign. And I still lost over 550 soldiers in the first hard mode campaign that we played. And it comes through every single mission. And we had to have done thousands of missions during that first, well, I can actually tell you how many we did because I probably still have the save file for it, or the screenshot. So looking at that as a snapshot and saying, hey, this was able to be beat, maybe we need to make it harder. Not for most even experienced players. It didn't need to be made harder. And it wasn't easy just because I got through it. It took 400 hours of quite consistent execution to get there. How many? I have it here somewhere. Let me see. How many missions were there in the first campaign? Where is that freaking screenshot? I can't find it now. I know one way I could get it. Vanilla UFO defense is not easy. I can't tell you how many times when I first started streaming, and Classic XCOM's my bread and butter, or was for a very long time, and still is a big part of it. I would say that 75% of the comments, the first time someone would say something in the channel beyond like hi or what's up, would be, I played the original and never beat it. I played the original, but it was too hard. I played I played this way back when, but could never get through it, even on beginner difficulty. So no, I don't think it's easy. I think it requires a degree of consistent execution to get through even the base game that most people will never have. All right, hard mode expansion. Because now I'm just curious. I have to answer my own question. So I'm going to the finale video from the first campaign. And at the very end of that video is... What a great campaign. That was a great moment to finish that. That last mission was so stressful. Yeah, we lost 521, so less, a little bit less. I was slightly off on the numbers. I think campaign 2 was more. 521 soldiers died in campaign 1 across 319 missions. No, 334 missions. We failed a number of missions too. And we shot down more than 1,000 UFOs during that campaign. So you're talking across, there were 54 episodes. A couple of them got lost because of my storage issues. Most of these were at minimum 4 hours long, and quite a few of them are 8, 9, 10 hours long. So 54 times 5 hours is probably the average, minus probably 6 episodes that got lost, and that's a squash of the time. Again, I know that the campaign took around 400 hours, so me beating it was roughly 400 hours of high-level, consistent execution. It didn't necessarily need to be made harder. I'm okay with it being made harder as long as there's a reason and it's introduced in a way that's fun and entertaining. Our tank just got one shot. And we didn't even get to see the enemy. See, that's the thing. When he had the spot-on hit stuff involved, the aliens get to shoot us and we don't get to even see where they are, but... Wow, it was a shotgun from that distance. But our shotgun doesn't do shit at that distance because its bullets stop doing damage. That's what killed my tank. A shotgun through a window. He didn't even hit the window or the wall with a shotgun from that distance, and he one-tapped the tank. Why? Because that has a fucking Illyrium clip in it. Do they really need more help? I'm gonna say no. They don't. Fuck. I can't even shoot at the fucker. And when we do, we miss by... Anyway, just completing this mission without losing half my soldiers now has become a pretty uncertain thing. Let alone finishing the mission cleanly. At all, even, at this point, is far from a guarantee. Because of a single Illyrium clip shotgun. Do we really need half of them to have them? It's not a rhetorical question. The answer is no. Yes, Astro Boy. That's, I guess, kind of what I'm getting at, too. Is it feels like... It kind of comes across like, for any of you who've ever played tabletop RPGs, like D&D, when you have a good DM who plays with the group, as opposed to when you have a DM who thinks it's their job to oppose the group. It's me versus the group. When a mod author starts making adjustments like that, and it feels like they're against the player, I'm not saying you should be for the player, although you probably should be, if you're trying to make something you want people to play and enjoy. But, like, is your job to beat the player? I think that's what the Brutal AI was introduced to do, and when it was beaten, they didn't like that, because I got an earful about it. Well, a forum full. About how I don't know what I'm talking about, and am a fool. There's a lot of things in this world you can insult me about, and most of them will probably be true, but if you try to insult my game-based knowledge about classic XCOM, that's just provably false. Like, hit me with something that stings, because that doesn't land. God, I wish I had a tank right now, or motion scanners, or a drone. It's a large scout. I couldn't remember because we shot down a bunch of craft. That means it's a tough interior. All right. Ship doors. I didn't hear any terrestrial doors. I don't want to hit these trees. I'll wait till I have enough for an aim shot. Second. That's an open door, but it could just be because this guy moved out. But there's definitely a possibility that building has occupancy. She shot twice, I think. Where did he go? I don't even know if that was the same guy. I had to have been, I guess. Oof, I don't like it. All right. I might, at this point, eventually, you know, finally install one of the less dense smoke mods so that smoke isn't quite as heavy and pixelated on the screen, just because I know that through the stream, it can create a very artifacted visual for you guys, because the stream buffer is trying to handle all of that at the same time. Uh-huh. Nice shot. Tricky hobbitses. That's a good pair of shots with that pistol right there. Okay. Yeah, Olsen, I didn't think I was unique in that, and from what I've heard, and you're saying as well, they didn't like, I wouldn't even say criticism, they just didn't like commentary on their mod if it wasn't, even if it was just neutral. If it wasn't blatant praise for it, they seemed to take it as a personal insult to their family lineage and manhood. All I said was, I didn't find it that hard. And they were like, well, you probably never played it. And I'm like, what? Okay, so I had played it, but I hadn't beaten it. So that next weekend, I went and beat it. It took like 9 hours of slow, casual play to beat a vanilla Superhuman Ironman campaign with the Brutal AI mod on. All I did was put 6 rocket launchers on every Sky Ranger, blow every piece of cover up, and never do a terror mission. It wasn't that hard. It was just different. And the thing is, I didn't choose to engage with them. I wasn't even trying to have a discussion about the Brutal AI. I was in a thread. I don't go on Reddit much. I don't know the last time I was on Reddit. 5 years ago? 4 years ago? But I was on a Reddit thread about TFTD. A new player was asking about the differences between UFO and TFTD, how he'd heard it was so much harder, and this, that, and the other. So I was talking about the difficulty bug way back in original vanilla and how to approach it and this, that, and the other. And then the guy came in. I'll get the correct mod list set up, Sankey. I think my settings for this campaign are one of the commands. Let me see. It should be... That's my settings for this run. I'll fix my my command bot commands. And I don't have the games list up yet for Operation Echo. I'm working on that. I know. I'm behind this year. I suck. I'm sorry. And then the person, the developer for the Brutal AI popped into that thread that was not about their AI at all and just went off on basically everybody. So, I don't know. This mod is still being developed by the mod author. The mod author for this mod, Hellraiser, was in my Discord this morning talking to me and others about the continuing work on this mod. I have been likely more rude than I should be. I've been very vocal in my criticism of some of the changes to this version of hard mode. I've played a lot of hard mode. I've given it a lot of exposure. I enjoy the mod in large, but some of the recent changes have been, as I've talked about extensively, not my favorite. And I think they detract from it. But it's still an incredible mod, or else I wouldn't be sitting here every day for the last week trying to get it going in a way that I felt I could play and enjoy and would be challenging and would be entertaining. Because it needs to be all of those things, or else there's no point in me streaming it. If I just want to play classic XCOM, I can do that. If I just want to play something challenging, I can do that. If I just want to play something that people will enjoy watching, that's the trickiest one. I don't have much direct control over that. But whatever I do, I have to try to meet all of those requirements. And classic XCOM is by far the most popular thing that I ever stream. People have popped in who I haven't seen in a year since we last played classic, because they tune in for classic, and that's cool. And I'm happy to see them. But they should tune in for other stuff too, because I'm awesome. No, I mean, it's whatever. You're bleeding. Oh, shit. Oh, this is gonna suck without it. Oh my god, there's so much stuff back here. There's so much room for activities. Nefarious alien activities. Like, no! 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 Let my shotgun work like a shotgun. What's up, Gleaser? Good to see you, man.
Howdy.
Howdy. Welcome back, brother. Update our little sub counter there. Yeah, and a lot of people are just interested in XCOM, and I totally get that. I know that there might be a couple streamers. No, I don't really watch that many streamers. And the ones I watch almost regardless of what they play. But I'm sure there are some that I only watch when they play one thing. It's just not that many. I just don't have that much time to watch other streamers very often anymore. Busy trying to entertain you hooligans. Oh! Someone's over there. It's gonna be difficult. Now, whatever we hit most likely has a bleeding wound, a fatal wound. So we'll potentially eventually die on just time, but leaving an enemy alive to try to get them to bleed out. Not always the best of plans. Gotcha, bitch! Get wrecked! Oh my god, there's so much freaking built. And these doors are open. They could be this guy, but oh man. I got really bad maps. Like, these map generations are just not cool. Yeah, high X are great. The problem in hard mode is, the problem in classic in general, but it's exemplified or amplified in hard mode, is they're extremely heavy and very difficult to carry and throw in the early game when your soldiers suck. Gleeser, thank you so much!
Gleeser cheered. X 1500.
That is absolutely awesome, man. Thank you for the 1,500 bits. That is crazy. And the first bits of Operation Echo. Much appreciated. When I get the game list up, that is definitely going to get us another raffle or two. I need smoke on this guy, because I just hung him out to dry. Both of the initial campaigns of XCOM and TF3 also caught the last game you were running, have enjoyed the content. I'm glad you've enjoyed. And I know that some of my campaign uploads on the YouTube channel were partial. I lost a hard drive that had a lot of my VODs stored on it. That's why only half of Hard Mode Campaign 2 wound up getting uploaded. I might still have some of the VODs, but my other hard drive also seems dead now. But I can't afford to replace those hard drives anytime soon. Right now, I got to figure out paying the water bill in the next few days. Life goes on. Yeah, they've gotten really bad in the last few years, obviously. Worse than they were. Lisa, thank you so much for gifting a sub to this community. To Hey Pashi. So many damned buildings. And my pre-primed smoke is running thin on the ground. Yeah, hard drives are far more expensive than they were a year ago or 2 years ago because of all the, you know, just various contributing factors. Thank you so much for gifting 5 more subs to the community, you absolute mad lad, the G-Man. That gets us to 12. That is absolutely awesome. Much appreciated. I was like, where's my other shotgunner? I knew I'd forgotten about them somewhere. Man, I would kill for a tank right now. Or a drone. They're going to get a reveal turn here shortly. I'm not seeing a destroyed power supply. This is not generic standard layout. I'll have to see when I get inside. Yeah, someone was talking about Battle Brothers. There isn't really an end to it. Yeah. I'm probably going to start a new campaign when we get back to Battle Brothers, which we will do during this run. I don't think that the Gray Banner was done. I think there were plenty of missions I could still win, but I feel like their story got to a kind of a natural close. More than their story, I think I learned what I could out of that campaign, and am ready to apply that knowledge in a new campaign and try to do better, as it were. Because that was my first real long campaign in Battle Brothers ever, so. And we did 3 Crisis, and we did complete a legendary location. We took out the Artifact Reliquary. So, yeah. So by like most of the metrics, it went more than a year. We went through 3 Crisis. We took out 1 combat legendary location and a couple other exploratory ones. So by most metrics, it was I'll go into it probably the next time that we load up Battle Brothers, and I'll actually do the retire. I'll click the retire option, and we'll get our ending for them. And then we'll start a new one, which will either be Poachers, Monster Slayers, Monster Hunters, whatever they're called, Peasant Militia, or just a standard new company. It'll probably be one of those starts. I'm leaning towards Peasant Militia. Just have to get my brain to accept that it's going to be a very weak start. I'm not really interested in the Lone Wolf start, at least not now. I know that it's a challenging start, but the primary turnoff for it, for me, is it predetermines in a very real way that your Lone Wolf is the, you know, the main character, the heroic unit. Literally, because if he dies, your run ends, your campaign ends. And he's already such a powerful background as a Hedge Knight that it's kind of predetermined that his story is going to be a powerful one, and others you get are going to be trying to play catch-up. That's why Peasant Militia kind of stands out as maybe one I'll really enjoy, because everyone starts as literal peasants, just lowborn whatever, and get to have them tell their story. Thank you so much for those gifted subs and bits, Gleaser. I'm sorry to hear that, brother. I understand that feeling. Northern Raiders is an interesting one. I don't know if it's one I want to do right now. I feel like that's one that's going to require a different approach to the world map that I haven't quite gotten into the headspace for yet. But we'll see. Alright, I feel like I've mostly explored the exterior, but the problem now is they're going to be on a reveal turn here. I'm gonna put a proxy there, because if the rest of them are in the ship, which is possible, my count is obviously off. I don't know what happened to my scumbag counter here. All right, so we got 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. At least 8. Oh, 9. And we blew up a body over here, I think. But, oh, 10. Okay. Alright. Let me double check the software for that and see if that's why it looks like it messed up. Is that correct? That looks fine. Okay. Where are you? Okay, that should be fine. Where are you? And I'm so sorry. Because that was also another interaction that would have happened with the sniper add-in to the game. It's not just, you know, when you get spotted. There's reveal turns, cheat turns. When the AI just gets your position, and if they can snipe at you... El problemo. Howdy. The fuck did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from, Floater-Eyed Joe? And another one. We might be at 12 dead. I think the rest of them are likely in the UFO, but that's not necessarily a safe, you know, or a fun thing for us. She needs to get energy back. Should be starting to cool off. Yeah, starting to cool off. It'll start cooling off here around November. It was 105 degrees Fahrenheit today, and there's a heat advisory for my area. So yeah, it's starting to cool off. I'm not drinking any soda tonight. I had soda the last couple evenings while I was streaming, and that was fine. It helped my head, but I have been off I haven't had caffeine past 3 p.m. for like a year. And I can tell because it kept me up super late. Not just the caffeine, but the sugar. That much sugar. My system's not used to it anymore, and I haven't had any today, so I'm definitely feeling it. So it might not be the longest stream we do, or we might switch to something a little less mentally demanding, but... Oh, come on! Right on the reveal turn. Or just after. Son of a bitch. So he walked out, turned exactly to where he was, and shot him. Like, do we really need to give them more help? I don't know how many times I have to say it, but I really don't think we need to give them more help. I really don't. So they, like, piled up at the door and then all came out on basically the same turn. Bro. Oh, yeah, we did one FTL run yesterday, and we'll do some more during the marathon. We had a successful Slug A victory. And then we played some Slice and Dice, which I know not many people hung around for. If you did, I really appreciate it. That's a fun little game. And one that I am so rusty on, but really enjoyed and want to play some more of. We might do some Slice and Dice after XCOM today. We'll see. Dude! Ah! Okay. That was 2 shotgunners who died, which is to say 2 of my only people with high reactions. And we have 3 other crashed ships. Illyrium clip, Illyrium clip, Illyrium clip. These are not phased in. They are just present from the start. The only phasing is that eventually all of them will have them. Well, and apparently, you know, when we're down to just the last couple aliens, they automatically know your locations all the time, so they just get to walk out the door and shoot you. Yeah, exactly, Olden. Not only do a lot of them have Illyrium clips, but it's all of the best weapons have Illyrium clips. Just to make sure they kill you. I'm not doing a mission without a tank, so... That means I just lost multiple crashed ships. And we lost the first lab ship because we didn't have a tank. Because our tanks got killed by the Illyrium clips that are not supposed to be ubiquitous, but are literally everywhere. Okay. This is the Georgian flag, right? But it's like an older version of the Georgian flag? Like, meaning it's not the modern... We had this discussion previously. Yeah, until 2004, and then the current modern flag was officially adopted. Okay. I thought I thought I was right on it. Yeah, almost right at 22 years ago. Yeah. Really good stats. Oh, man. Ow! Sorry, bit of a headache that's been lingering for some days, but is being quite the bitch. Bear with me a moment. All right. All right. All right. Where is that base? Somewhere in Europe. Southern Africa. It's a spike of activity. Probably that we just didn't catch. There's almost always 2 zones where they're fairly active early. Sometimes it consolidates to 1, but not always. Where is this base? How are we not finding this? Yeah, the base is clearly in Europe. I've never played it, Element, so can't speak on it intelligently. So I'm not even going to see the base before the end of the first month because we can't find it. This is ludicrous. If there's a base right there, after I've literally spent dozens of hours, we've already had a battleship fleet. This can't be the base building fleet. Apparently it is. It's so close to the end of the month, there's no chance at going after the base, month 1. I also need to check something. I never allocated my scientists. I got them on like the 4th day of the month, and I never allocated them. Remember how I was talking about how getting through this campaign takes a high consistency of correct actions? This isn't those. Like, that's enough that I probably have to restart because that puts me way too far behind in the first month. Like, that's 20 days, 21 days of more than half my scientists doing nothing. All right, I need to take a quick break, and then I will figure out what we're doing from there. So let me stand up, move around, use the restroom. I will be back in just a few minutes, and we'll go from there. Be right back. All right. Yeah. I probably just have to restart because that much time of the scientists just doing absolutely nothing. It's just a complete screw up on my part. I think the program is frozen though, so let me restart it. So this is one of the 2 starts I have that has stuff ready. Let's see. See if I have an up-to-date link. The hard mode expansion is very much what it sounds like. It is a mod for UFO defense that aims to stay pretty close to the vanilla gameplay until recently, and significantly increases the challenge over the base game. It adds items, aliens, UFO layouts, completely different research tree, completely different pacing for the campaign, and just makes it a lot harder, which for me is a big draw. So, just a comparison to those who know UFO defense but don't know hard mode. In UFO defense, the start of the campaign, you just go in, boom, laser weapons. Probably one of the first things you research. Maybe you do motion scanners or medkits first, but you start laser research. In order to even start laser research in hard mode, I have to take out an alien base, because in order to build a containment, we need components that only come from an alien base. And in order to start lasers, we have to interrogate a live alien. So we have to build an interrogation, capture an alien, interrogate them. Also, we have to take out a lab ship, which is a new type of UFO that's in multiple different mods, but it's a very large, slightly smaller, it's a battleship-sized ship without terror units. And in hard mode, the most recent versions of hard mode, we need to take out a lab ship because we need a data slate off of the commander of the lab ship in order to unlock lasers. So, yeah, it's a lot harder. And generally, you want to try to get the alien base and the lab ship in the first month of the game. You can wait a little bit longer, and you might try to get to alloy ammo, which is a slight increase to your ballistic weapon profiles, making your ballistic weapons a little bit more effective, until you get to lasers, but that takes a while, and the score in hard mode is substantially more punishing against the player, especially for things like alien bases being up and active, so... Oh, Coviers is here. I need to start complaining about shotguns again. It's a joke. Mostly. Yeah, you have to continually catch live aliens for almost all the research topics, including engineers, navigators, medics, leaders, and commanders. Basically, every step of research requires a live alien interrogation of some kind. And every time you interrogate a live alien, you trigger response missions from the aliens. And every base they have also triggers additional missions every month. And their bases grow and get stronger if you leave them on the map too long. And the bases all have 2 species of alien in them, and the secondary species also gets stronger the longer the base exists in the current version of hard mode. So, fun. Let me see here. I had the wiki up, so I was going to check something. All right, well, this won't be anything particularly entertaining because it's just a single scumbag. But he's going to be in a building because we just need to make it take time. Spending my time, I'm spending my time. This is not for real, afraid to fear. Just hit the floor, can't ask for more. Single scumbag with an Illyrium clip weapon. The literal first smallest possible ship in the game. And he has an Illyrium clip heavy plasma. The highest damage weapon in the game. Hellraiser. This is not phasing in Illyrium clips. It's a single alien in a small scout, and he has an Illyrium clip heavy plasma. He should have a pistol and a hope and a prayer. My goodness. Bro. If I lose my tank to this single, I'll probably just restart again, because I'll just reload from before this kicked open. Oh, fucking land a shot. Can't use my shotguns. They don't work at any distance because that would be too correct. See if he shoots the tank. Yep. I'm shocked the tank survived. Front armor is substantially higher, so... But it had to have rolled low damage. He actually hit the guy next to him. With a full-length rifle, you can't... That guy's not even in the line to fire at the floater. How do you shoot him? Alright. We might not continue XCOM too long tonight. We'll see. Holy crap. Ugh. Oh. He did it. He ended the war. Yeah, basically. I am certainly not at my finest at the start of this marathon, and I apologize for that, but I guess we can try from here. Scientists. Okay. She's got the strength, though. Set their shit up. Okay, that's fine. Really just running 2 shotgunners? I mean, I guess they are weaker right now, so maybe that's better. Okay, you need to come off. Okay, I'm gonna do this. Alright, I suppose that'll do for now. We should get this in the daylight. Okay, here we go. Aggressive. Very aggressive. Pistol, pistol. Pistol. Lots of swords and pistols. That works to my benefit. Potentially. It's not a guarantee. Wow, just full on ate that in the chest and lived. Nice. Hit the tank. Didn't damage it, but hit it. Two down. Very nice. Very nice. Let's move up. Turn off reaction fire on the explosives. Don't need McAdoo blowing us all to hell. An Illyrium clip shotgun one taps the tank. Fuck you. I'm so over it. So utterly and entirely over it. I should have put a proxy there. Well, she hit him, so she'll at least get a rank up. grenade launcher's not in position yet because I'm bad. I'm bad. You know it. The whole chat knows I'm bad. I'm not proud, but say it once again. Who's bad? Didn't hear the door. We've killed 8. 4, 5, 6, 7, and one of these might be... Oh, 8. Yeah, it is 8. Okay. Bro. What you hanging out in the corner for, dude? There ain't nothing back there for you. I don't have a second grenade launcher set up right now, so... If I throw this over here, it's going to blow up some corpses, but if it saves me from being corpsed, it's probably worth it. I didn't reload this last turn because I'm an idiot. Again, who's bad? He's standing on his buddy's body. It's a little morbid. Just tank a high explosive grenade to the face. Why would that phase you? He ain't even concerned about it. He's just like, yeah, I'm a floater. My face is like bulletproof and explosion proof. My face is just a whole can of fuck you, XCOM. The hell did he go? How weak are you? Whatever, he's gonna die. Where is this floater? He just died to the injury. But I still don't see his body. That's a sniper. Balls! I misclicked. She hit exactly the tile that I told her to hit, so that is entirely on me. Okay, we had vision there, which means this smoke is not dense. It has dissipated too much. Alright, let's see. Someone came out. Almost certainly. Hello. Don't shoot our boy. Shoot that boy, though. I think the enemy's got one shot off at us. A single shot from an Illyrium-clipped plasma shotgun, and it destroyed our tank. And we don't even make enough back to pay for the tank. So we did that mission at a loss. Oh, and we lose all the tank's ammo, too. Which is what keeps getting us in a stupid spot. Alright. But that's okay, we're good. Ugh. Alright. I mean, if I tried to count how many tanks and drones we're going to lose during this campaign, If we lost 521 soldiers during hard mode campaign 1, we probably lost double that in drones that had to be repaired or replaced. I don't care about a very... Is it gonna land? Yeah. Well, no, it's low, not very low. Just destroy it. Or down, like, whatever. That's the lab ship, probably. Well, we restarted. My, scientists, I didn't allocate my scientists, so they spent 21 days doing nothing, and that's just... Can't do that at the start of a campaign and succeed. So... I got one avalanche to put this one on the dirt. I don't know if it got hit by any of the others, so I don't think I can put this down. And it out... Fuck you. This is the lab ship, so we're going after a very large. There will be multiple enemies here with small launchers. In hard mode, small launchers do not just fire stun bombs, they fire Illyrium explosives. And there will be at least one enemy on this mission that has a blaster launcher. At least one. And it's another situation of, if our tank dies, we probably can't complete the mission. And it's very likely our tank's gonna die. What I'm getting at is, there's not a great chance we succeed at this mission. There's a small chance. Well, not starting in a corner certainly doesn't help us. And not being able to throw over the top of the tank isn't helping either. Just a second. What about capture? We can't capture anything right now. We can't build containment. So, you might not have been here, but we can't build alien containment until after we've taken out an alien base. Because the facilities, the components that you use to build containment only come from alien bases, part of them. One of the other components can come from a base or supply ships, but yeah. And we can't do laser research until we have live aliens. So hard mode forces you to take out a lab ship and an alien base before you can even start laser research, let alone actually using them in the field. Yeah, Magus, it could happen. You never know. It probably won't take me that long to get a run off the ground, but it might. That's 1 out of approximately 30 aliens on this size craft. I wouldn't have played hard mode if I didn't agree, Ice. The first campaign of hard mode was one of my favorite campaign victories I've gotten in any version or challenge run of UFO Defense because it was so damn hard to get there. It made it worth getting there. But man, was it hard. And the mod has only been made harder, which is not in itself a discouragement or turnoff for me. It's the way in which it's changed. Some of those things, not my jam. But we continue. Okay. That's a spicy set of meatballs right there. I can't hit this alien. I might hit this alien. I'm okay with that. So hit that alien. That's fine. The tank has a limited smoke dispersal system of its own. It has 3 somewhat smaller range instant deployment smoke grenades that it can use. And those are very important tools, so I try not to use them lightly, but time after time, you're lost and you look and you will find me. This field is extremely open. Which I think gives them the advantage considering they have flight and so they have perpetual high ground. And they outnumber us and they have far better weaponry than we do. Like, it's not even comparable. But what we have on our side is me at the helm, which also is not much of a benefit, but it's a small one, potentially. Bro, they're just gonna survive the shots anyway. Can you stop hitting the freaking ground? Thank you. That shot will kill us if I take it. I'm surprised they even took the shot, but okay. Brother. Brother. got there. Or near enough. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think we killed the 6th as well, but... That's an Illyrium clip weapon. Probably a sniper. Yep, it was that sniper right there. Balls! Alright. Good. Good. Okay, you're shooting past all our people. Don't hit us. Good job. Whoa! Whoa! Almost all my health is gone from that shot, and that's not even an Illyrium clip, which is why they don't need Illyrium clips. Have I made myself clear on that? I don't know. There might be some ambiguity. Might not be coming across as clearly as I am trying to, as emphatically as I am attempting to make the point. I just don't want there to be any confusion. You know, don't want to say it, I'm sending mixed messages. Or that my purpose is unclear. That my motivations are shady or unknown. So part of the reason for, I like the inclusion of Illyrium clips, but the reason I like the inclusion of the Illyrium clips is it should be an advancement of the aliens' weaponry, not where they start. The aliens primarily get stronger through the type, the species of alien, becoming more robust, better shots, psionically powered, whatever the case is. But their weaponry is the same from the start of the game to the end. The Illyrium clips gave them just a tiny bit of progression. I could even see there being like 3 tiers of ammo for them, or even like a subset of weapons that the aliens use. You start getting very far from classic at that point. So that's why I like the Illyrium clips, because all it did was just add one little modifier that could be turned up later in the game to enhance the power of all the aliens. But when it's present from the very start of the game, like, just, yeah, I think not only is it very detrimental to the player, but I think you're kind of robbing the aliens of some progression potential that I think would make them more interesting. But that's just me. Oh, fantastic. This is basically over, by the way. We're at such a disadvantage on this mission that losing 2 soldiers like that... Yeah, it's basically a restart. With a pistol. Nice to know our armor's useless. Technically, it's possible to damage a sectopod from behind, allowing heavy cannon AP rounds a chance to deal damage. Yeah, until you run into, armored sectopods. If we're talking base game, technically you can beat it with default weapons, with starting weapons you can only purchase from the store. Technically, yes, because you don't actually have to kill any aliens to beat the game. You could capture everything you need to capture with stun rods, and you only have to damage the brain, which you can do with a high explosive. So, technically, yes. Hard mode? No, never. Not even close. You would never be able to beat it, because you could not damage Muton Elite Guard or Armored Sectopods at all with any of your weaponry. I should just restart, but... Yeah, and then we're gonna miss shots, too. Oh! An Illyrium Clip rifle! Oh, man. Alright, I mean, the Illyrium Clips is just an annoyance. It's still, obviously, just a slight increase to their damage, so that's fine. It's just unlucky to run into so many. And we can definitely overcome that. I just don't know if I can do it tonight. I mean, without a tank and down multiple soldiers, there's no chance. All right. I think I'm probably going to wrap with XCOM for tonight. I'll hit it again tomorrow, a little bit fresher, hopefully. But I think maybe to wrap up the end of the night, I'm probably just going to do a couple runs of Slice and Dice and just chill for a little bit. So if you want to hang out and enjoy, I hope you will. Slice and Dice is a lot of fun. It's a fun little indie developed game that I came across last year and have enjoyed quite a lot. Haven't played it much recently, but we played a little bit yesterday, and I realized how incredibly rusty I am at the game. All right, let's see. Well, we might as well play on hard. I was playing a little bit earlier before stream, but... Force. Double yellow. Orange, double gray. There's not a ton of healing potential there. Let's try it. Okay. Scoundrel Fighter is good. Lazy is terrible. You can get some healing through grays. You can also get resurrections, and basically it's mostly shielding we'll have to rely on. You can get some cleanse, so... Dude, these are really bad. I'm gonna go ghostly monsters. That's not a good start. So, the way Slice and Dice works, for those who are not familiar with the game, you slice and you dice. You roll dice. So, each of our characters, each of our heroes, has a die, and the sides determine what the die does. Attack, block, attack and block. This is an AoE attack. This is an attack that makes the target vulnerable. So you can see the 6 sides of their dice, you roll their dice, you lock in, and then you attribute your attacks and defense based on what the enemy's doing. Right now, this archer is shooting the lazy, this archer is shooting the scoundrel, this rat is biting the defender, so... Are you good, OBS? I don't know if I'm back yet. OBS is definitely having some issues. I bet I'm barely coming through right now. What the hell was that? See if it stabilizes. I don't know what's going on with it. Okay, the connection seems fine now. Okay, I assume just some sort of hiccup, so... Alright, anyway. Wow, we got literally no attacks. Okay. Oh, give me an upgrade for the lazy. Okay, I thought this was the fighter. Lazy. Just get rid of the lazy. Because he's so bad. I was like, damn it, don't do that to me, game. It didn't. I thought it was the fighter. Yeah, it's gonna be rough until they get replaced, but Brute's fine. Scoundrel just needs to be replaced. And we'll be good. Hopefully Scoundrel catches the next level up. Defender is fine. It's very standard. Let's re-roll it. Alloy. Okay. That gives us a tiny bit of healing and some cleanse and a cantrip shield. Like, it's not bad. All right. Because that's focus, right? Yeah. Well, it doesn't matter. Kill the rat. Get the goblin's ghost HP out of the way. Yeah, one of the better tier 1 grays, I think. But, again, I'm reacquainting to the game, so... Bro. Well, he's gonna die. Well, I guess if we can kill the goblin, he just... Yeah, we can get him alive. This will take 2 turns at least to kill the boar because of the... Alright, well, he's not killing anyone this turn, so that's good for us. I can make him vulnerable. Well, vulnerability won't matter. That pushes him lower, though. Hold on. Yeah, I can't get that last damage on this turn, but that's fine. Because even this doing 2 more, this did 3. But we got him, so. I don't think I take Knight. Do I take Squire? Guardian over the Squire. Yeah, I'm fine with that. I don't want to random because I might roll off the alloy, and I think he's pretty solid right now. I really like the simple music in this game because it reminds me in the best way of, like, old school NES RPGs. You know, 8-bit and 16-bit glory days of adventure and fantasy games. Damn it. The curse, obviously making the troll even harder than he already is. I needed to be able to break that this turn. Because now he's going to live an additional turn. Unless I can... I don't... Yeah, there's no way I can do 4 damage. 5, in fact, because he regens 1. He dies to the poison, though, because I didn't get cleanse. That's unfortunate, but nothing I can do about that. Problem is, getting 4 damage here is pretty tough. Getting 4 damage here is pretty tough. Fuck me. It doesn't matter, there's no other damage source. At least we lived. Well, most of us. This will be tough. maybe the heal was worth taking there. That pushes him out of his ghost HP, so we can push him all the way through. That's a lot of damage. I didn't get enough damage to finish off the goblin. That's so troll. This'll stun him, though. Alright, good enough. Oh, it didn't stun him. Oh, that's not stun. I was thinking the Cyclops. That's +1 to all sides. It actually made him hit harder. My damage output's not very good right now. Okay, redirect. Nope, that'll kill us. Because we would give him the extra pit of damage. Alright, we just need 3 damage. That we have it. Because we have this and that. So we didn't need the hammer. Ninja? I've never been a huge fan of the Collector. I can see the potential in it, but... yeah, because it's all copycat, and if that cantrip rolls, that could be great. And then we have double damage, double use. Problem is, we can't pop the barrel on turn 1. That did cantrip. Alright. Stun here. Block there. Get the barrel through its threshold. Cantrip's really good on the slate because it hits the HP 1 at a time, which is exactly what we need. This can actually hit the barrel. It's the curse that we have, Coviers. We have ghost HP. Every enemy with 5 or more health gains a ghost HP every 5 health. Yeah. It was somehow the best option. So, that tells you something about our options. Or at least as far as I could see. Yeah, so all of them have one. Double damage growth, or 2 damage growth, I should say. That's growth, dude. Very growth. He has a lot less health, so defend himself. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Weak. They both have ghost HP, so we cannot win the fight this turn. You have 0 useful die because of the weaken. least we get that one out of the way. It doesn't matter what he rolls. Can't you could use it. Shut up, game. I know it doesn't do anything. Hey, use that dice. It doesn't do anything, but you should use it though. You can use that dice though. You should probably use that dice though. How about you shut up though? How about that? I'm gonna take Bard. It's actually one of my favorites. Sarcophagus. I know, sarcophagus. It's gonna be tough. God, we're taking a boatload of damage, and this can only be used on the sarcophagus, so that doesn't really help us. I mean, there's nothing to use it on, but... Oh, I guess it would have shielded him for one. Else shields for one. The purple one on sarcophagus is not marked, so I'm not sure. Probably something bad, if I had to take a gander. Or a guess. Ah, summoning spooters. Oh, he's fleeing. It's his fleeing? I guess that's just always an effect, you know. It's whatever. If we don't die, then that's fine. He's immune to that. Wow, even the spider, so it's every 4 HP they get a free one. That's disgusting, by the way. I thought it was every 5, which is still bad, but... Let's go random. I'd do it here, but I'm gonna want his shields basically every time. I think. I'm bad at the game, so what I think is very possibly utterly incorrect. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. At least he got rid of his own immunity by damaging himself there. I'm gonna want his shield every time, so let me not roll it. I guess I'm doing that. And then That? Yeah. That's not enough. And this is already immune. Son of a bitch. I didn't look at that cleanly enough. Okay, but hold on. Nope, there's nothing I can do to change it. Because even if I pop this, it's not like it can kill him. And they're immune. Awesome. Well, you should use that dice. Yeah. Why not? Gladiator feels like a better fighter without much downside, whereas Sinew has the downside of exertion. That's how it reads to me, so that's how I interpreted it. Yeah. The bard's just dead. He's immune, but he can be stunned. He can't be damaged, but he could be stunned. And that was important. Land here. Balls. Well, I don't think there's anything to be done about that. No, he's gonna kill himself, but he's gonna take our brute with him. Which means this should just shield here. There's no way, right? Yeah, because he's at 3. If he had rolled anything but a fucking empty side... Too many deaths. Too many mind. Cantripping the stun could be really useful. Yeah, it stunned that one. We can stun this one. And then damage it once and damage this one once. Yeah, I'm gonna take that. He can damage there because he... Well, I can do it this way. Ow. That's already stunned, but I can't stun the spiker. Cantripping that stun has been useful. Ow. I agree. Don't do that. I was really hoping he would get his evasion, but he didn't. Alright, well, whatever. And he flees. I killed one of you! I'm out! Alright, let's go stow it. Top non-magic hero add possessed and mandatory to all sides. Oh yeah. Time to get the pilgrim, time to die. That's what we're gonna do. Immune to abilities. That's abilities though. That's fine. Yeah, I don't want to use that. He got a blank side, which is phenomenal. It's a lot of damage, but... Alright. This is gonna be very difficult. Yeah! He needs to roll evasion. Actually... redirect. And then shield. Because he gets the HP, at least empty. And then I can use the stun last, so it doesn't hurt me. It's lucky that's hitting someone that's not actually hitting. This is only 1 damage. Yeah, I'll take that. need damage from the ninja. That's a little bit. I can do that better. I guess I can't because it's 3 away. Oh no, because I have a 2 here. It gets me 1 HP further. Has to target someone with less. So he has to target the Guardian. Because he has the most HP. Alright, well, he's alive, so it's whatever. Yeah, I can't use it, game. Shut up. Redirect shield. Lock in that X. Oh, get wrecked, nerd. Who got wrecked? You got wrecked, but I'm not pushing that 1 HP. Son of a bitch. Hold on, I need to do it this way first. He needs to do that. Oh, he gets the HP, but it doesn't... Okay, it works if I use it in the other order. Cool. Because then he gets the extra empty HP, which he's not healing right now, so it doesn't really matter, but hey, the brute lives. Which means basically no matter what we roll here is solid. The brute stunned himself. Yeah? That'll do it. I have to target an ally? Okay. Oh, because it had the possessed keyword. Copycatted the possessed keyword. I get it. I am shocked. I needed to make sure it happened first. I am shocked that we're getting through this without losing anybody. I was like, wait, it might not happen. Shut up. Finish it first. I mean, that's not likely I'll be able to line that up, but if I can... This is gonna be tough. Double Cyclops with the Ghost HP. Let's take that. It's a lot of damage. That is a lot of damage. We're back to a lot of damage. It's like we never left. Someone dies. One of the two. And the Stoic damn near dies as well. If that had more sides, he'd live. Because it gains the shield. But he just barely dies still. Nothing I can do about that. So we got through the boss and now we're gonna die to the double Cyclops. Yeah, we're just dead. Almost doesn't matter what I roll. With +5 there, +4 here. And I can't stun him. Because the Ghost HP stops me right before. Ah! We stunned both of them. That's too much damage, and we can't push them through. Because they both go immune. Yeah, there's nothing I was going to be able to do there. Oh, that's unfortunate. I'm so bad at this game now. I'd gotten okay when I was focusing a little bit more in the past, but... You know, we had 6 wins on hard, 9 on normal, 7 on easy, but haven't had a win since coming back. Folks, I had a fun little night tonight. I appreciate you hanging out. We're going to call it right at the 4 hours. My head is hurting a lot. You bet on the gamble. Did you bet that I'd lose? We will wrap there for tonight, folks, but thank you. We got our first bits and quite a few subs to the marathon. I know it's been a little bit subdued for the start of our marathon, but we are building up to an awesome event, and I am looking forward to it. Tomorrow, we're going to be back with more hard mode. I think we can definitely get into it with the sniper spotter stuff currently paused. It's much like hard mode always has been. It's really difficult. It's harder to get into a run now, especially with the lab ship requirement. You don't have to do the first lab ship that shows up, but you're not going to be much stronger when the next one shows up, and you have to do it before you ever start lasers, so it feels like you should try to go after the first one, and we probably will keep trying to do that, but we'll just see what happens. Thank you guys for hanging out tonight. Thank you for the good times, good vibes, and good conversations, and as always, I will see you guys next time right here in the Echo, where each and every one of us has a voice. Good night. God bless. Be good people. And I'll see you tomorrow, folks. Adios.